Fox Sports.
We are the Fourth. We are the Fourth.
Last night, the Rays appeared to be on their way to a victory until the Astros rallied in the late innings. Capped off by Marwin Gonzalez walk-off blast in the 10th. Tonight, Tampa Bay faces a tough task as left-hander Dallas Keuchel puts his perfect 11-0 home record on the line versus Rays right-hander Nathan KARNS. Tonight's Wednesday Showdown is brought to you by your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. We again welcome you to Houston, Texas for Game 3 of the 4-game series as the Rays take on the Houston Astros. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. Well, the Rays finished their last homestand on a 4-game winning streak, but they've begun this road trip a 10-gamer, just 1-4, including a tough loss last night. And we have good news and bad news with Dallas Keuchel on the hill. He is unbeaten at home, but the Rays have beaten him 3 times.
Listen, I don't know. He must have a beautiful house here, very comfortable here, because his numbers at Minute Maid Park are off the charts. 13 starts, a perfect 11-0 record, that ERA of 1.26, and an opponent's batting average against of 182. This is what I'm going to tell you what he's going to do tonight. He locates the fastball both sides of the plate very, very well. He's got a 2-plane slider. He'll cut the fastball every now and then, and he has a very good changeup to go along with it. He's going to get a ton of ground balls. Not overpowering, but he is sharp and he is precise.
Overall, he is 14-6 this year with a 236 earned run average. And Nathan KARNS goes to the hill for the Rays. 23 starts. KARNS is 7-5 with a 3.53 earned run average. So the Rays and the Astros even in this series so far, but a tough loss last night. Rays have been successful against lefties, and when we come back, Rich Hollenberg tells us more about that success.
All-Star break, the Rays actually have reason to be confident coming into tonight against what many people consider to be the Cy Young frontrunner as they get set to face Keuchel for the second time this season. You look back in Rays history, they are 4-0 when Dallas Keuchel starts a game against the Tampa Bay Rays, and the numbers get even better when you broaden that spectrum to left-hand starters in general in our GMC big matchup. Take a look at what the Rays have done against lefties in general. 21-13 on the year versus left-handed starters. That's second best in the big leagues. But even better, since May 30th, 16 wins in their last 21 games against southpaw starters. One of those starters was Dallas Keuchel back on July 11th, but catcher Curt Casali says, beware.
It's a fine line between aggression at the plate and patience at the plate, because he's going to fill up the strike zone, but he's also going to try and make you chase changeups away, fastballs inside. So, you know, just try and pick your spots when you can and try to get the best of him. But he's definitely a challenge to face, and but I know we're looking forward to facing him and competing against him.
Rays have fared well against left-handed aces this year for sure. And don't forget, it's Web Wednesday, so get your tweets at SunsportsRays, hashtag AskRays, or email us at sunsportrays@gmail.com. And the Brain Trust you're looking at right there, who are consulting one another right now, will be sure to answer your questions during this game, which is Game 3 of the Astros and the Rays from Minute Maid Park in Houston. That's James Loney's hometown, and he's in the lineup, lefty versus lefty. We have 3 minutes till first pitch. Dwayne Statz and Brian Anderson with the call around the bend.
Dallas Keuchel will be on the hill for the Houston Astros, and apparently a cult following of Dallas Keuchel in the stands here, complete with beards and T-shirts. And we'll take a look at the Rays starting lineup facing him tonight. Lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Brandon Guyer will lead off, followed by Desmond Jennings, and then Evan Longoria hits third in front of Logan Forsythe. Asdrubal Cabrera the DH. Tim Beckham will hit sixth and play shortstop. James Loney is at first. In right field, Daniel Nava. Curt Casali will do the catching and bad night.
Well, in Dallas Keuchel, we've already documented what he's done at home this year, making his 25th start of the season. You can see 3 complete games, 11-0 at home. But if you go back to July the 6th, on July the 6th, he pitched against the Cleveland Indians and won that ball game. Since then, he has alternated wins and losses all the way down. That puts him in line, Dwayne, for a loss. And he's left-handed. That gives the Rays a chance, too.
And how about the Rays against him? He's 0-3 in 4 career starts.
Well, let's take a look at that Astro defense, see how that's going to line up behind Mr. Keuchel. Brought to you by BMW. In the outfield, left to right, we have Marwin, Gonzalez, Jake Marisnick, and Preston Tucker. And across that infield, third to first, Jed Lowry, Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, and Luis Valbuena with Hank Conger behind the plate.
All set to go to work here tonight. The Rays facing this tough left-hander, Dallas Keuchel, 27 years old. Evan Longoria has had pretty good numbers against him. We saw a shot of Evan there. First pitch of this game, presented by Pinch a Penny, and the pitch is a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Two and nothing. Geyer, 3 of 6 in his career against this classy left-hander. And the strike is called by Rob Drake.
And as you can see already, he is not overpowering, but very effective. We've already seen the fastball away, the fastball in. He moves the ball around, knows what he's doing out there.
Liner going to be foul. That'll even the count at 2-2.
I'll tell you the other thing that he does, and we talked about it a little bit, getting the ground balls. He's got the best ground ball fly ball ratio in Major League Baseball. Pretty astounding how often he can keep that ball on the ground.
The count is full. Well, his ground ball percentage rate is 63.7.
And really anything above 50, you're considered a ground ball pitcher. Well above 50 for Keuchel.
Line drive. That ball's headed for the corner. Off the scoreboard. Geyer hustling his way into second with his 13th double of the year. And the Rays got a 2-base hit to start this game.
And you're not even surprised. The Rays have swung the bat so much better in the last couple of weeks. They've done well against left-handed pitching. And you get a pitch out over the plate there after you've seen a handful. And Geyer ropes it down into the corner. Chance number 1.
Desmond Jennings with an opportunity. First pitch a strike. The Rays saw Keuchel a little over a month ago at Tropicana Field on the 11th of July. They sent 8 men to the plate in the second inning of that game, scored 3 times, and Jake Odorizzi made that stand up. The Rays won that game 3-0. Odorizzi, Geltz, McGee, Jepson, and Boxberger all pitched in that game.
That was a 9-inning game?
8.5.
They got all those pitchers in?
Yep. Count is 1-2 on Jennings. One and two now to Desmond. A check of Geyer. Ball low. 2-2. Rays have hit over 300 this month. That's 15 games now into the month. Jennings hangs in there with a foul ball.
And that right there, it doesn't look like much. That's a great job by Desmond Jennings. Dallas Keuchel has a very good changeup. Very good changeup. Good arm action. Good late finish on it. You can spoil a pitch like that and then work towards another.
Close right there to go 3-2.
Wow. Yeah, as a pitcher, I promise you, Dallas Keuchel wants this pitch badly. Feels like he really executed right down there at the bottom of the zone. Borderline pitch does not go his way.
You know, interesting, when Rob Drake first came up, there was a general feeling that he was a pitcher's umpire, and that has shifted. And there's ball 4 in the dirt. So the Rays put 2 men on. His tendency has been to tighten up that zone in recent years. When he first came up the first few years, pitchers loved him. I don't know if he's making an adjustment to even that out or not, but it appears anyway that some of those close pitches now tend to go the other way.
Well, you wonder, you know, these guys get graded, you know, in the strike zone, the technology, Fox track, all these different tools that are out there. And so, well, maybe that has part.
Yeah, that's sometimes forgotten. A lot of pressure on pitchers to perform, but umpires, they're graded every bit as much as players, pitchers, the like are.
It's interesting because you see some of these older strike zones. You go back into the 90s, and they would get wide, really wide. It was a flat strike zone and very wide, and you know, Major League Baseball trying to become a little bit more uniform, and so these guys are under the gun to get it right, and he's definitely changed his ways.
Evan Longoria, 4 out of 9 in his career against Keuchel, and pretty good numbers here in this ballpark in Houston. Foul ball takes the count to 2-2. Evan in 13 career games here. He's hitting .375, and there are the numbers against Keuchel. Ground ball right side. Abuena goes to second base. Safe, the call. Joe West, the crew chief, on that call, and the bases are loaded. Jennings hustling his way down to second, and the Rays have the bases loaded. A.J. Hinch wants to take a look at that call, and so we'll have a slight delay here to see what comes out of this.
I wonder if Joe West saying that Carlos Correa not on the bag. Let's see. Oh, he definitely kicked the back of that bag. He was off the bag when he caught the ball, and as Jennings was sliding in, he kind of kicks at the bag. Certainly looked from that angle like he got it, but we'll see.
Joe West and Rob Drake with the headsets down there.
And really that angle, I don't know what other angle that we have, but that angle right there might not be enough to get it overturned. You definitely think that he kicked the back of the bag, but you know, that clear and convincing comes into play once again. Let's see. Straddling the bag, catch. Here comes the foot scrape. Certainly looked like he got the foot to the bag right there. But we'll see if that's enough.
West in a good position to make that call.
Now you could see him right there. He kicked the back of the bag. You could see the bag move.
And the Astros challenge this, and out at second is the call. Bob Drake explaining the aftermath of that call to the Rays skipper.
Right here, watch he kicks the back of the bag. You can actually see the bag move right there. And it's before Desmond's able to get his foot in.
So it'll be first and third with one out for the Rays. And the pitch is a strike. Longoria at first, Geyer at third, Logan Forsythe. Razorback facing a Razorback here. Keuchel out of the University of Arkansas. So is Logan Forsythe. The pitch is foul back. Logan 4 out of 10 in his career against Keuchel.
Well, in a hole here, 0-2. Keuchel has been, over the course of the season, very good with 2 strikes. Looking for a strikeout here or a ground ball. Logan just looking to put a ball in play and stay alive.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Logan was 2 for 3 against Keuchel at the Trop back in July. But his base hit started that 3-run second inning against him there. 2-2. Keuchel averaging under 15 pitches an inning this year. He's over 20 already. 22 pitches here in the first. And now another full count. He's gone 3-2 on 3 of the first 4 hitters. So here's clearly a situation where if you're going to get him while you have the opportunity right here in the first.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the breaking ball, the fastball, the changeup, and all 3 so far have been very inconsistent for Keuchel.
And he strikes out Forsythe.
How about that? The 3-2 slider, and he's able to just get it below the swing. Actually, Logan Forsythe, you can hear it. He foul tips this pitch, but not enough. Able to be hung on to there by Hank Conger. That's a huge strikeout for Keuchel.
Well, 2 outs with 2 men on. Here's Asdrubal Cabrera. Cabrera 3 for 9 in his career against Keuchel. And 2 of those hits for extra bases, a double and a home run. Which is low. Cabrera had a hit last night. 464 since the 28th of July for Asdrubal Cabrera.
And he's got quite the lead.
A tapped foul off his foot.
And the thing about Asdrubal that's been so impressive is, number one, just the length of time. I mean, he's been hot for a long time, but as a switch hitter. And it's not like one side is leading the way. He's swinging the bat great from the right side and even better from the left side.
Pitch in on him and he pops it up. Foul ball, and it's going to be caught by Balbuena. And so the Rays threaten but do not score, leaving 2. Take a look at the Astros lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Jose Altuve is going to lead it off at second, followed by Marwin Gonzalez in left. Carlos Correa, the shortstop, hitting third. Jed Lowry, the cleanup man. Preston Tucker's in there in right field. The DH, Evan Gattis. Luis Valbuena hit seventh at first. Hank Conger behind the plate, hitting eighth. And the number 9 hitter in center field is Jake Marisnick.
Well, Nathan KARNS is getting his first look at this Houston Astro ball club, making his 24th start of the season, a 7-5 record, a 3.53 earned run average, and 17 times this year out there as a starter has given up 2 earned or fewer. Outstanding work by Nathan in his rookie season.
Well, a disappointing top half of the first for the Rays, pushing Keuchel to 27 pitches, but getting no runs, leaving 2 on. And KARNS, who has had some first inning issues, delivers to Altuve, hits it on the ground to third, and Longoria throws him out. Nice to get Altuve on 1 pitch.
And boy, did they have that covered over there on the left side. We're going to take a look at the Rays defense, brought to you by BMW, but Tim Beckham was playing almost behind Evan Longoria on that ground ball. In the outfield, left to right, we've got Jennings, Geyer, and Nava. And across that infield, third to first, Longoria, Beckham, Forsythe, and Loney, with Kirk DeSalle behind the plate.
Marwin Gonzalez ended the game last night, hitting his 8th home run of the year in the 10th inning to give Houston their 3-2 victory. The pitch is a strike. KARNS with a 353 earned run average overall in the first inning at 743. And he was going to bunt, takes the pitch, 1-1. Gonzalez made the start in left field last night, finished the game at first. He's played all over the place this year, mostly on the infield, but in second for the in left for the second straight night. It's 1-2 out in front.
A good change up there by Nathan KARNS. You know, we talk about Nathan, we're always talking about that fastball. He'll locate it to both sides of the plate. And of course, the curveball. Change up the third pitch, and it's a distant third pitch, but nice to see him with that change up right there. That was a very good pitch.
Gonzalez pops it up. Longoria makes the call and the catch. 2 gone.
I'll tell you what, you can keep throwing the pitch like that. That's going to make your life a whole lot easier. Fastball, curveball, now a changeup, a third legitimate weapon.
Well, KARNS pitched in Arlington against the Rangers, gave up 2 runs in 4 2/3, but did struggle from time to time. Walked 5 in the 4 2/3. You see the line on him there. No decision, and what turned out to be a 5-3 Texas win. Here's Carlos Correa. The fastball is wide. The ball, no strikes.
And I think that start for Nathan just too amped up. You know, pitching at home in front of a lot of family, a lot of friends. We typically see him with better command than that, and he was very inconsistent. I think there's just too much adrenaline pumping through those veins.
2-0 with Correa. We mentioned he grew up, went to high school in Arlington, and then made the appearance up there against the Rangers. Here in Houston, he was drafted originally by the Astros out of high school and did not sign with them. Went to college instead. Oh, a drive back into left field, and that ball is gone over the scoreboard. It's cozy in left. Correa hits his 15th home run of the year to give Houston a 1-0 lead.
That was a bullet by Carlos Correa. And you're right. Awfully cozy here at Minute Maid Park in left field. That ball looked for a chance. Maybe you're hoping it hits the top of the wall. But a line drive, good extension and finish, and just enough of it to get it over that wall.
You know, it gives you an idea how cozy it is when you see where on the bat he made contact with that pitch. Here's ball one to Jed Lowry. In most ballparks, that's either a fly ball out or maybe something over the left fielder's head, depending on the distance. But here, it's got a chance to get out, and that one just did. .315 right down that line. Goes out to .362 in left center, and to hit a home run, the wall gets a bit higher once you get to left center field.
Man, how about that? This park has some different characteristics right there. You can actually go behind that wall and be out of camera range. You wouldn't even be able to see you. Then you got, of course, the hill in center and the flagpole.
3-1, and this park obviously a modern and a beautiful ballpark, but it was designed with the idea, really paying homage to some of the older ballparks that had unique features. All of the parks at one point played a little differently in the outfield. Now it's a full count to Jed Lowry. We go back to the 40s and 50s and even into the 60s before the rush of new ballparks began. And all those old ballparks had unique features, whether they were Crosley Field or in Brooklyn, Ebbets Field, Connie Mack Stadium in Philadelphia, Forbes Field.
How about a train up on the top of the wall?
Yeah, well, this place built adjacent to the old train station here in Houston. Hot shot off the glove of Loney. Lowry is aboard.
Well, they had Jed Lowry played perfectly as far as having that shift, that shade on him, but he just rockets this ball. One hopper, and James Loney going down, and it just ricochets off the glove, and at that point, no one around to make the play. Another two-out hit.
And as difficult as that play is, we have gotten used to seeing Loney make outstanding plays like that. But that one off the mitt, and Lowry has a hit. Preston Tucker pops it up. Sally away with the mask. And that'll take care of Houston in the first. The home run by Correa. We're at the end of an inning, 1-0 Houston. Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By Outback Steakhouse Curbside Takeaway. Order online at Outback.com. And by Morgan Auto Group. Make it Morgan. We make it happen. Tim Beckham, who's playing shortstop tonight, leads off the second inning and takes the ball. 27 pitches in the first inning for Keuchel, and the Rays had an opportunity but left 2 men aboard. It's 1-1.
Awfully frustrating too, because of the caliber of pitcher that Dallas Keuchel is. How many opportunities like that are you going to get? Inconsistent with command. You know, first and second, nobody out with your 3-hole Evan Longoria coming to the plate, and you end up with nothing.
Ground ball in position toward the middle. Altuve makes the pickup. Positioning right there, critical in making that play.
Well, certainly picks up his fair share of wins. The ERA outstanding, quality starts right down the line, and he does it without the benefit of a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. He just moves the ball around, has a good feel for pitching, is a very good read of a hitter's swings, understands what they're trying to do to him, always trying to stay a step ahead.
James Loney, ground ball. Keuchel's going to cover, so Balbuena down on one knee, and so Loney's out. So in contrast to the first inning, with all those pitches, just 4 pitches here and 2 outs already in the second inning.
Well, he has that ability too when he locks in, because he'll use both sides of the plate, and he's a guy that gets a lot of ground balls. We talked already how good he is with 2 strikes. Teams try to attack him early, and he can have a lot of quick innings, which is what he needed after that first.
Well, here's Daniel Nava, who's resumed hitting right-handed, and the other night with Scott Kazmir getting a start, he was in there hitting right-handed and finished the evening with 3 hits. He was 3 for 5. Makes you wonder why he stopped hitting right-handed to begin with. There's a ground ball for Correa, the shortstop, and it's a quick inning. 6 pitches here for Keuchel. 1-0 Houston. In the bottom of the second inning. It's now time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag #SSDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. So a number of Rays fans in here last night. Some had made the trip to Arlington, hoping for more success than the Rays had up there. And they've split the first 2 games. Here's Evan Gattis, the DH. Strike on the outside part of the plate.
Well, one observation made after that first inning for Nathan KARNS. We talked yesterday, the Rays very optimistic about the chances of Jake Odorizzi because of the fastball changeup combo. We saw more changeups in the first inning from Nathan KARNS than sometimes we see in a whole outing. Of course, he's going to use that more to the left-handed hitters, but he brought that out early, and you don't often see that.
A 1-1 count to Gattis. Fastball 2-1. KARNS giving up the home run to CORREA in the first, the 17th home run he's given up this year. This one breaks in for strike 2. 2-2. And there is a breaking ball for strike 3 call. So good use of the breaking pitch against Gattis.
Well, there's some of that inconsistency from Rob Drake. We've seen pitches like this called a ball. This now with 2 strikes. Kurt Casale dropping down to that knee again to try to get underneath that pitch the best he can. And that borderline pitch goes the Rays' way.
Luis Valbuena. A breaking ball to the lefty for a strike.
Just put that fastball right in your back pocket. We're going to see a lot of the curve, a lot of the changeup. Good young fastball hitting team, so you would expect to see those secondary pitches playing an important role.
Well, the Astros have hit 164 home runs, and they do hunt the fastball.
Well, they ambushed Jake McGee last night when he came into the game, coming out swinging 3 straight hits, and he did a heck of a job to get out of that inning without giving the lead up. But boy, you're right, they do hunt the heater. They don't care how hard you throw.
1-2.
This has been curveball, changeup, changeup. I mean, really, he's thrown at least 5 or 6 changeups already, and we don't see that in an outing from him typically.
Ground ball left side for Longoria, the only man on that side. So 2 gone. Well, Jake McGee has left the club and gone back to Tampa Bay. Tweaked his left knee, and he's being looked at back home.
Well, Jake McGee, you see right there, feeling a little bit something in there. He was able to finish his body of work, but certainly it was something that was of concern, and obviously didn't feel that good this morning when he woke up.
And Conger, there's a fastball to start Conger. Conger, switch hitting catcher. 8 home runs on the year. 6 of those from the left side. And 0-2. So after a steady diet of the changeup and the curveball, 2 fastballs here to get ahead of Conger. Now still 2 strikes. And a cut and a miss. Conger will be thrown out with a toss from Casale down to Loney. On to the third.
With the Astros sporting a 1-0 lead against the Rays. It is Web Wednesday, so if you want to send in your tweets, go to @SunsportsRays and hashtag AskRays, or Gmail @SunsportsRays@gmail.com. They're already flooding in, boys. And the first question of the night comes from Michael Campbell. He wants to know, do you think we will see Richie Schaefer again? September call-ups right around the corner, boys. What do you think? Michael Campbell wants to know if we'll see Richie Schaefer back here, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see him back.
That's a definite yes. You know, you've already gotten him going, and he's a guy that can help you, in a lot of different situations in September. So I think you would absolutely have to believe that he'll be on his way back here rather soon.
Kurt Casale leading off the third with a count of 1-1. Casale homered last night in the 5th inning, doubled in the 7th. 9 home runs for Casale now. And when you look at him and his size, that's not surprising. He's a good sized guy at the plate. Strong.
That's what they've been encouraging him with. They're like, listen, you're 6'3", you're 225 pounds. And when you see that little white thing coming out over the plate, I want you to try to make it into an egg. Just turn it into an egg. And guess what? He's got 7 homers in his last 47 at-bats. And that right there.
Yeah,
grown man.
Little dribbler. Keuchel, he was a Gold Glove winner last year. Takes care of that in routine order.
I got the stat of the day for you, Dwayne.
Yes, sir.
The obscure stat of the day. That right there was a 44th ground ball out for Dallas Keuchel this year. Led baseball last year with 47. That was number 44. The next closest, 24.
Down to third. That ball stays down and gets past Lowry. Geyer is aboard for the 2nd straight time. Lowry thought he was going to make that play off to the side, and the ball just stayed down and skipped right by him.
And you don't have any time. He's playing close to even with the bag. And, it's a breaking ball that Brandon Geyer is turning on, so it's going to come jumping off the bat. And so it's a split-second decision and try to get the glove out, and it just beat him. When you show it in slow motion like that, it does not look too swift.
toss over there. Geyer is back in. You know, when you think about Keuchel, he's a guy, the fact that he's left-handed and has command means everything to him. But in a day and age, and we've talked about it, about scouts and what they look for, high fly ball into left, and Jennings is out number 2, caught by Gonzalez. He was a successful pitcher at the University of Arkansas. In fact, he was there when Drew Smiley was there. But he's not a guy who lights up the radar gun. And Ed Wade, who was a general manager here for a time with the Astros, saw him pitch at the collegiate level and in the lower reaches of their minor league, and was impressed because even then he showed signs of having command of a variety of pitches. And he's in that way really refreshing to see, in that he's not just an overpowering guy that we see more and more of these days. He really is a pitcher in the sense of going out to the mound and applying the craft of pitching. Congers after this one. Longoria is out number 3. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. The Rays and the Houston Astros in the 3rd game of this series. And a reminder, the Rays invite you to Tropicana Field for Heroes Day, Friday, September 11th, when the Rays take on the Boston Red Sox. Purchase the special ticket package and receive a Rays Hero Day hat. For tickets, visit RaysBaseball.com/special events. The center fielder, Jake Marisnick's going to lead it off here for Houston in the 3rd. Pitches a strike at the knees. Be back around to the top of the Houston order next. Altuve and then Gonzalez. On his pop foul toward the dugout. Nathan KARNS on the hill for the Rays tonight, looking for his 8th win of the year, down 1-0 right now. 27-year-old right-hander. Well, he decided not to sign with the Astros after being drafted out of high school. He went to originally North Carolina State and then wound up at Texas Tech. Transferred to be closer to home, and he throws the fastball by Marisnick. So that's strikeout number 3 out of James Martin High School in Arlington. And there you are. So there's a lot of the Texas connection in Nathan KARNS. 2 years at Texas Tech out in Lubbock. Well, he went to Texas Tech from North Carolina State to be closer to home in Arlington. He was almost as close to home at North Carolina State to Arlington as he was in Lubbock. There's a liner back toward the corner, hopping to the wall, and Altuve's digging for second and will make it without a throw. Hot shot line drive by Altuve. His 22nd double.
You know, and when that ball left the bat, that ball jumped off the bat so quick that there was a thought that if Desmond Jennings can get over to this ball quickly, you could keep him to a single. Watch how quickly this ball gets to the wall. But Desmond's got a long way to run, and that wasn't going to happen. But Jose Altuve, very, very aggressive. He's got impressive bat speed, and that was a shot.
100 miles per hour off the bat for Altuve.
Every bit of it.
Here's Marwin Gonzalez. Pitch is down. 1-0. Altuve's seen 2 pitches tonight. Hit the ball sharply to third in the first, and then lined the double on the first pitch he saw in the third. Gonzalez holding his hands low, takes the pitch for a strike. Well, he got around last night in the 10th inning on that pitch right out over the plate.
And that's what Brad Boxberger said. He said, listen, I made a mistake. I threw a pitch that was right down the middle, and you know, what are you going to do? You miss the location, and unfortunately, that's what can happen.
The Rays falling to 2-9 in extra inning games. Kevin Cash asked about that earlier as to how you explain the club could go 2-9 in extra inning games. It's been tough once they get to extra frames. He said he really had no explanation for that. Just eventually going to have to start winning those games, whether they're on the road or at home. Well, fair enough, but it has been a difficult run once this team gets into extra innings.
I've got a theory. I don't know how far I would go with the theory, but in just thinking about their struggles in extra innings and watching how the team is managed and run, this is a team that's built to win in 9 innings, period. Because of the way that the pitching staff is used, you get a lot of starters out early in the game, and all of a sudden you got, you had, when Jepson was here, you had Geltz, and then Jepson, and then Boxberger and McGee right through the 9th. You've used all 4 of your back-end bullpen guys. And so all of a sudden, if it goes further than that, well, there's nothing left. You're bringing in the long guy. And so you set yourself up for all of your top-notch pitchers are already used up by the time you hit that 9th inning. And there's just not a whole lot left, and it hasn't gone the Rays' way.
Well, whatever the reason, you think about 11 games and you lose 9 of those, and what a difference if you just win 3 more of those games. Good change up to get Gonzalez. So 4 strikeouts for KARNS, and here's Carlos Correa. A ball, no strikes. When you get to a season where the Rays have been at a little bit over, a little bit under 500. And you think about being 2-9 in extra innings. And it's true, if you win 4 more of those games, you're in the wild card right now. You'd have 63 wins. The Angels are 62-57. You win 4 of those games that you lost, 4 of the 9, and you're 63-56. One and 2 now to Correa. Those are things that you hate to have to look back on with the way this race, where no one really in the wild card race, and for a long time even in the East, but the wild card race, no one has taken charge. And all of those games that you find getting away from you, and there is the wild card breakout right now. The Rays 3 back at the second wild card spot. Correa pops it up. Foul ball for Loney. And Houston out in the third. We're headed into the fourth. And Logan Forsythe will lead it off for the Rays against Dallas Keuchel. Tonight's great moment in MLB history, presented by Geico. It was on this day, 1921. At 34, Ty Cobb became the youngest player to collect 3,000 hits with a base hit. Off Red Sox hurler Elmer Myers, the Georgia Peach ended his career with 4,191 hits, the most ever in the major leagues, until Pete Rose surpassed that mark in 1985. Logan Forsythe fouls it away. And Biggio, 3,000 hits in 2007. He was here last night, going into the Hall of Fame this year.
How about the fact that Ty Cobb had exactly 4,190 more hits than Friends?
And that's exactly the way he wanted it.
Yeah,
to the count to Forsythe.
Listen, when they're taking shots at you in Field of Dreams,
yeah,
Shoeless Joe wouldn't even invite him to the cornfield.
Yeah, you didn't want to be a third baseman when he was stealing either.
Oh, I've heard.
Count still 2-2 on Forsythe. Rays had a threat in the first. Left 2 men on. Down 1-0 to Dallas Keuchel. There's a base hit, line past Lowry into left. Forsythe makes the turn, and the Rays put the leadoff man aboard in the 4th inning.
That ball well struck by Logan Forsythe. A mistake by Keuchel. I think he's trying to get that ball in on the hands of Forsythe. Was not able to do so. That stays out over the plate, and Logan able to get the head out and rocket that ball right by Lowry.
And now as Jubal Cabrera becomes the hitter. You know, if your extra inning theory has credence, then with some attention to that, they might have won 4 more games in extra innings, which this year would have made a difference.
Well, you think about the way that the Rays, when they set up their lineup, and then all of a sudden you get into that 6th and 7th inning, and they bring in a righty, then every right-handed hitter gets pinch hit for by the lefties on the bench. So if you get into an extra inning situation, your bench is depleted, your top 4 relievers are down. Well, you're kind of bare bones in it in extra innings. I mean, maybe there's nothing to that at all, but just a thought.
Well, and you normally it'd be interesting to research that a little bit. When you get into long extra inning games, just by attrition, you're going to find yourself there. But the Rays really have not had that many long extra inning games. In fact, 8 of those games have been just 10-inning games.
And there you go. Well, and even last night was different. That was Brad Boxberger in the 10th, but the bullpen was used differently last night than we've seen all season long. I mean, Jake McGee, the fact that he went out there and gave up 3 straight hits. Okay, he'd given up a run, 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Now you got to do a lot of work to get out of that inning without giving up anything else, and then he went right back out there.
Correa with the flip. Altuve's down at first, and they get the 6-4-3 double play. Correa, Altuve to Valbuena.
Well, that's what Dallas Keuchel, always 1 pitch away. He can give up that leadoff single because he gets so many ground balls. This is what can come next, and this is the 18th on the season for Keuchel. Nice flip by Correa, Altuve, Valbuena.
The other thing about Keuchel, last year, all of last year, he gave up 1 stolen base. This year, 2.
Teams are running roughshod over number 60. Well, he's got the built-in advantage of being a left-handed pitcher, but also the attention to detail.
Yep.
Good athlete, good fielding pitcher. You mentioned the Gold Glove already.
1-1 the count.
He will do anything it takes, do anything to help himself out, and that means controlling the running game, staying in the scouting reports, trying to stay 1 step ahead of these hitters, making adjustments to how you pitch to these guys. He likes that sinker changeup, backdoor breaking ball on one side of the plate away to the righties, and then the lefties. He's got the breaking ball and the 2-seamer that he'll start off the plate coming back.
Well, he obviously is a guy who has studied pitching. Just 27 years old. Fly ball into center field. Beckham is out. The Rays got a hit, but lost the man on a double play. And it's 1-0 Houston. The fourth. Follow the Rays all season with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At bat is up to the moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet. Houston got a run in the first on the CORREA home run. Nathan KARNS threw 3, a little over 40 pitches with 4 strikeouts. Jed Lowry leads off. Lowry, Tucker, and GATTIS. Down and in. The breaking ball. Lowry checked. 1-1. A 1-1 count. Beckham moves up the middle into the first base side of second. Now 1-2. Boy, a lot of off speed, a lot of curveballs, change-ups.
Fastball hunting, young team, powerful team. You expect them, like I said earlier, to play a more important role. But Nathan KARNS, this at bat, change-up, curveball, change-up, and then another breaking ball right there. So it's been 4 straight off-speed pitches here to Jed Lowry. That's been kind of the theme of the night. So far it's worked outside of one fastball that went awry to Carlos Correa. I think that's one thing that the Rays do a tremendous job of, is getting their starting pitchers prepared to go up against an opposing lineup with the game plan.
Yeah, Jim Hickey has a lot to do with that, of course, the Rays pitching coach. He did that very well here when he was in Houston. I mean, you think about his run of success in Houston and with the Rays. Whether success has followed him or he's followed success, there's been a lot of that common ground success in Hickey with pitching. And Lowry is out on strikes there. So finally a fastball away.
Well, you lull him to sleep. Lull him to sleep with the off speed, and then all of a sudden you're able to pop 93. You keep it away, and you see he's reaching. Really compromised himself on that swing. That front side was gone. You're forced to reach at that point. Nothing on the swing, and you come up empty anyway.
Rustin Tucker looks at a strike.
This is so smart. You remember Preston Tucker's first at bat? It was a first pitch changeup, and he popped it up. So he's like, man, I can't believe I swung at a first pitch changeup. Okay, so I'm going to be a little bit more patient next at bat. Okay, well, and here's 2 fastballs, strike 1, strike 2.
And a cut and a miss. How about that?
It's abuse. It's just flat out abuse. You get a guy on the first pitch changeup, and you know he's telling himself to go up there and see a pitch or 2 next at bat, not be over aggressive. So then he takes 2 fastballs and then swings at that pitch. That's just, well, if you're into pitching, it's beautiful.
Here's Evan GATTIS. Well, it really is a big part that makes this game as beautiful and interesting as it is. To break that down.
Well, this is the challenge of a starting pitcher. You know, when you're going through the lineup multiple times, a guy coming out of the bullpen, they can outstuff you. They're going to face you once. That's it. Yeah, I mean, that's as a starter, you're going to face a guy 3, sometimes 4 times, but even at 3 times, one at bat flows into the other. There's constant information being shared, pitcher to hitter, And you know, the hitter feels like later in the game he's closer to the solution, and you've got to continue to just use one at bat to work into another.
Gattis lines it into center for a base hit. 2-0 fastball. He's aboard with 2 outs. Well, toward that end, and I think you have conversations around the game as we travel around the country in the course of a full baseball season. I really think that among some people around this game who've been around it for a while, there's a concern that part of the art of the game is, if it's not being diminished, it's not being recognized in favor of tons of numbers and high velocity. And what you're talking about there really is the fine art of the game of baseball. Strike one to Valbuena.
I mean, it is. You know, you go out there, we talk about some hitters, you got to stay out of patterns. You know, if you go up there and say, well, this guy struggles with this pitch, and you know, whatever it may be, and you just continue to pound that point home, he's going to make an adjustment to it at some point.
The right side foul into the seats. 0-2.
You know, sometimes there are concepts that you can always go to, but it's how you get there. It's how you sequence pitches together. You know, when you look at that at bat by itself, you say, hey, Preston Tucker, you took 2 fastballs right there and then swung at the curveball out of the zone. This went back to at bat number 1.
Yep.
It went back to first pitch changeup out in front, popped it up. I'm not going to let that happen again. And then KARNS pops in the fastballs and the curveballs. So you can't take that at bat by itself.
Pitch is, did he go? Oh, he held up. Says Clint Fagan down there. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes.
And you know what'll be interesting to see? If Nathan KARNS gets around again to Preston Tucker, let's see if he goes right back to that first pitch changeup. I would.
Well, that'll be fun to see if he faces him the 3rd time.
Because now, you know, what do you think Preston Tucker after the first at bat? He's so mad that he went up there and swung at a first pitch changeup. Now he's sitting on the bench going, I can't believe I took those 2 fastballs right there and then swung at the curveball.
Yeah,
He'll get more aggressive.
and I think especially doing his homework facing KARNS, he's going, well, I know I'm left-handed. He may throw it a little bit more, but that's still the 3rd pitch down behind fastball and curveball on the list of pitches that KARNS is going to throw.
Right, that first pitch?
Yeah.
You're going to throw that the first pitch? You're not going to throw your 3rd pitch the first time you see me, but that's what he did. And he totally got in his head. That led to the strikeout in the 2nd inning. We'll see if, or the 2nd time through, and we'll see if there's anything, if he gets him the 3rd time. But
3-2, and Valbuena is out on strikes. Put him out in front. So he strikes out the side. Strikes out the side actually on 3 different pitches here in the 4th, just to cap off the inning. We are through 4. 1-0 Houston. Rays in this game tonight. And all season long, Tires Plus will donate $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. Well, we go to the 5th. The Rays will have James Loney, Daniel Nava, and Curt Casali here in the 5th inning. Dallas Keuchel on the hill. There's a strike to Loney. Loney grounded out to the first baseman with Keuchel covering the first time. Fouls this one and he's down 0-2. Loney against the lefty, and the Astros have the shift on. And he's out on 3 pitches. Second strikeout for Keuchel. You know, Keuchel, we mentioned he's from Tulsa, and he grew up. Remember Charlie O'Brien, the catcher? He spent 15 years or so in the big leagues. Keuchel was a good friend of O'Brien's son and spent a lot of time with him. And early in Keuchel's life, O'Brien introduced him to Greg Maddux. Can you imagine a young pitcher meeting Greg Maddux? That's a hot shot grabbed by Balbuena. Keuchel's off the mound to cover. And Nava hit the ball hard, but he's out number 2.
Oh, you talk about defensive placement, and the Rays and the Astros very active in moving their infielders around, and their outfielders for that matter. Look at where Luis Valbuena is. There's where he is, and watch where this ball is hit. He doesn't even move. I mean, perfect. And Keuchel covering, as he should. They're in plenty of time.
So 2 gone. And here's Curt Casali. Well, I bring up Maddux because when you watch Keuchel pitch, when Maddux pitched, you had a real appreciation for what a guy could do on the mound and not be overpowering. Keuchel's the same way from the left side. And you have to think it's not an accident that he ran into and followed Maddux from an early age. Here's Tucker and Wright going to take care of that. And the Rays are up and down 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's 1-0 Houston. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By your Tampa Bay Mazda dealers. And by Checkers, Epic Meals, Epic Deals. Well, we have a great pitching matchup so far tonight here in Houston in the third game of this series. It's been fun to watch. Keuchel and KARNS at it. I think Conger will open the bottom of the fifth for Houston, their catcher. KARNS allowing a run on 4 hits, 7 strikeouts tonight. And in that fourth inning, gave up the hit to Gattis, but he used a fastball, curveball, and a changeup to get 3 swinging strikes to retire the side. The first pitch to Conger is a strike. It's a foul ball. 0-2.
Oh, I'll stop this now, but remember the first at bat, Hank Conger. First 2 pitches, 2 fastballs.
Yep.
Okay, so now he's thinking, okay, I'm going to go up there. He's going to give me another fastball. Well, no, just drop the curveball in for strike 1. And then I'll give you the fastball. I mean, it's a thing of beauty. You're absolutely right. Remembering what you did to the guy the previous at bat goes a long way the next time you face him.
1-2 now. Well, it's been so impressive that Alan Ashby on the Astros crew, a former catcher, has a great appreciation for that. Came over just to tell us how impressed he's been with the effort of KARNS here tonight. Our ball is down, and it's 2-2.
A different style. You know, Nathan KARNS, like I said early on, you think of that fastball and then the curveball, but tonight he's been masterfully mixing all 3 pitches. You really don't have a feel for what's coming next.
The count's full. And KARNS takes a little stroll behind the mound. 3-2 to Conger leading off the inning. He got him.
Okay, listen. You don't know what's coming. You don't have a feel for what's coming. A full count changeup. Boy, that pitch has really grown up here tonight.
What a beauty. Eight strikeouts tonight. He had 9 against Texas back in May and 10 against the Yankees in July. Here's a bunt. Casale cannot find the handle on it. Jake Marisnick putting down the bunt. Casale got a pretty good start back of the plate to get out there. But Marisnick is aboard.
Yeah, if he's able to reach down with that big paw and grab that baseball clean, this is going to be an out. But Marisnick right here catches him by surprise. You see him coming out hot and just not able to secure the baseball.
That will go as the 5th Houston hit tonight. And we get to the top of the order. And here we go. Jose Altuve up for the 3rd time. He's seen 2 pitches tonight.
Yeah, so you know that already. Now that's information given to Nathan KARNS. He's going to be ready to swing the bat, so I know that I've got to make a pitch here. I'm really thinking about it. Well, this is when you know a guy's a first pitch swinger, then you go out there and say, I can't throw the get me over stuff. This guy's not patient. I've got to make a quality pitch from pitch 1. And preferably to the outer or inner third of the plate.
Runner goes, pitch out, throw, and he's stolen it. Well, the Rays anticipating the possibility there. Marisnick has his 16th stolen base.
This team will run. They lead the American League in stolen bases. Marisnick was 16. Now Altuve leads the American League. He got a great jump. Listen, when you are able to swipe a bag on a pitch out, your jump was fantastic.
Well, the opposition, 16 of 13 running against KARNS this year. Now a man in scoring position for Altuve. He lifts the fly ball into center. Geyer over to make the catch. Tag at second. MARISNICK heads to third, and it's cut off. So a man at third with 2 outs.
Well, there are a couple of things at play here. What was the adjustment that KARNS made? Altuve, you want to be that aggressive, you want to swing early. How about a first pitch curveball? He still swung, but he got the fly ball to center field. Now MARISNICK is able to test Brandon Geyer's arm and get to third base. The significance of that is the fact that Nathan KARNS has the second most wild pitches in all of baseball with 12 because of that curveball. So you get to third base, and now one curveball in the dirt. Curt Casale is going to have to be very good behind the plate.
And Marwin Gonzalez, who ended the game last night, is the hitter here in the 5th inning. Popped to third and struck out. Fly ball into left. Jennings is there to make the catch. Off speed, gets Gonzalez through 5. It's 1-0 Houston. Pitching matchup tonight. The 1 run came for Houston in the bottom half of the first on a solo 2-out home run from Carlos Correa. Dallas Keuchel and Nathan KARNS have been excellent. 5 innings for Keuchel with a couple strikeouts, no runs on just the 3 hits, and for Nathan KARNS 8 strikeouts tonight through the front 5. And we're headed into the 6th inning. Top of the order for the Rays. Brandon Geyer chops it to short. Correa makes the throw. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 6th, and that gives Geyer 2 for 3. Keuchel has had some short order innings so far tonight after a 27 pitch first. Just 6 pitches in the 2nd inning. He made 7 pitches in the 5th, 9 in the 3rd.
That's what you're afraid of. I mean, that's really what you're afraid of. You get early opportunities against an accomplished pitcher, you had better cash in. Rays didn't. He's now in a good rhythm, and it gets tougher and tougher. I mean, the good thing for the Rays is the good work that Nathan KARNS has done leaves them down by just 1 run. So you're still 1 swing away.
0-2 the count on Desmond Jennings. Desmond is out on 3 pitches. Let's take a look at our Toyota trends and look at Dallas Keuchel with home ERA 1.26. That's what a great rotation that is, and they're doing some great work at home. Keuchel better than all the rest right there.
Do me a favor. Oh, that's the lowest home ERA list. I thought that was the all-hair team. I mean, between the beard of Keuchel, DeGrom's lettuce, Johnny Cueto with Predator down there at the end, Kershaw's got, he gets the funk going on the face, and Zach Greinke's hair is much longer now. So there you go. That's the all-hair squad. Maybe that's the key to pitching well at home.
Well, I mean, there's a commonality there of great success and the hair.
That would stink at home. Be pretty good on the road, though.
Two and one the count. 2 outs, bases empty. Evan Longoria. Now it's 2-2.
With that breaking ball by Keuchel, more slurvy than true slider. He'll change the break and the slope of that pitch too. That resembling more of a curveball than anything else. He just has a great idea how to add and subtract. Pitch up and down, in and out.
And strike 3 call. Got him looking on a fastball. Bottom of the 6th coming up, 1-0 Houston.
Over the Rays back on Sun Sports, and because it's Web Wednesday, we're going to get you another question, guys. And I wandered out here in front of the home run pump, which is right here smack dab in left center field, and straight to my left is that pesky little pole in center field. And Howard Connolly sent in an email wondering, is that pole in fair play, similar to the catwalk rings at the Trop, and what's going to happen with this area they call Tal's Hill going forward?
Yeah, that's in play. I mean, you hit that pole, whatever happens, somebody's going to have to play the carom. And if you're running up that hill, sometimes outfielders get a little disoriented. So you never know what's going to happen when they have to run up that incline.
Why don't we just put a gladiator back there too? Let him take a swing at him.
Yeah, the guard of the pole. 1-1 the count, but it's in the plans to remove all of that.
Well, they're not going to put the trap door in?
No trap door, and no gladiator swinging from the rafters.
I like gladiator movies.
I know you do. 1-2. Correa takes it too low. 2-2. Ground ball to the right side for Forsythe. He takes care of that, and Correa is the first out here. TBA taking just a moment.
Having a hard time right now.
It's not even Oakland. We still have to work our way through Oakland before we get home. It'll be late night with the Rays.
I mean, think about that. A long road trip that ends in Oakland. Already crazy out there. We're going to be, you know, at an all-time level by the time we get to Oakland. And then you got late night with the Rays. It could get really weird.
Yeah, well, to survive this trip, you have to have a gladiator mentality. Especially with Oakland right at the end. Two and 0 the count. Lowry has singled, an infield hit, and he struck out. Way upstairs, and KARNS is behind Lowry. It's 3-0. That one is up. It's the first walk given up by KARNS, and it comes on 4 pitches. It's going to bring up Preston Tucker.
Well, here it is. First at bat, changeup. He swings at it. Easy pop up to Kirk DeSally to end the inning. And all of a sudden here in the 4th, okay, you're going to be patient. You take 2 fastballs right there, especially that second one. Oh, and now you got to protect, and he goes curveball. I mean, that's just outstanding pitching, taking advantage of a hitter and letting, like I said, that first at bat wove its way right into the way Nathan KARNS approached him in the second at bat. And we'll see now here what he does with the third.
Well, he's seen only 4 pitches tonight and 3 separate pitches, and there the first one. Changeup.
And that's exactly what you thought he'd go with. First pitch changeup, the swing. Then 2 fastballs. He's kicking himself on the bench going, I can't believe I took those 2 fastballs. He's already put himself in a more aggressive mindset. So Nathan comes right out with the first pitch changeup. That's outstanding once again. Too bad it was a ball.
And back past KARNS. Picked up by BECKHAM, and the throw to first. Oh, that was close. Out the call. Boy, that was very close at first, and A.J. Hinch wants to take a moment to get a little further word from their video people.
Well, it was very close because Tim BECKHAM babied the throw. The ball not hit hard, broke the bat. BECKHAM had to run a long way for it, but he kind of babied the throw over to Loney, and that's what allowed Preston Tucker to close the ground late.
So it'll be DJ Rayburn and Joe West over to put the headsets on as we'll take another look at this play at first.
I mean, it's close, but is there anything definitive? Well, see right here. You know, they saved the back of the glove. Does that count as the back of the glove?
And is that definitive?
I mean, that's as close as it gets.
It sure is.
That ball is in the shadow of the glove, hasn't hit leather yet.
All I can say to the guys reviewing this in New York, good luck. You know, we had a call the other day that was not definitive, and they made a determination on it. But it turned out that they made the right call, I think it was Casale who confessed that they wound up making the right call, but by what they saw on the video, it was not definitive.
Oh, I mean, that
this one, just good luck. It's a difference between 2 outs and a man at second, or a man at first and second and 1 out. That's a big difference in a 1-0 ball game.
sure is.
Correa grounded out, then Lowry walked on 4 pitches, and now this close play at first. And you're right about the throw. With a little more on it, we're not even entertaining this idea that Tucker could be safe. You can only imagine they're looking for as much information and as many different angles as they can get. This is probably the best look of all. Well, you know, you might be inclined to call it one way, but is it clear and convincing? You know, they're taking extra time trying to search for as many opinions and angles as they can get. Lowry will be at second. Tucker has remained at first. And it appears that we have a decision. And they're going to say he was safe. So the second time tonight, the Astros have challenged a call, and they've come out on top both times.
I guess that does not mean back of the glove. Got to get into that leather.
Well, 2 men on with 1 out for Evan Gattis.
I was going to say, either way, it has raised the degree of difficulty for this inning, for sure.
3.5 minutes on the review. Curveball misses, 1-0. So Tucker's at first and Lowry's at second. The other way, back to the Houston dugout. A 1-1 count. But please be aware, be heads up. It's a 2-1 count. It's Alex Colomé up in the bullpen. Ground ball third. Longoria steps on the bag and throws to first to get Gattis. And the double play gets the Rays out of that spot. So walking ahead, a man left, no runs. And the inning ends on this double play. Longoria to Loney. from Houston. As promised earlier in the contest, we've selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag SS Data Strong Fan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. In the 7th inning, Logan Forsythe faces Dallas Keuchel for the 3rd time tonight. He singled against him in the 4th and then was erased on a double play. First pitch is a strike.
And Dwayne, to answer your question from in between innings, no, I have never been in a Turkish prison or visited one.
Still trying to figure out your affinity for gladiator movies.
Been very macho.
It's a ball and 2 strikes here to Forsythe. Foul right back. Cabrera next, then Beckham. Again out of play. Still 1-2. Upstairs. Well, the Rays left 2 men on base in the 1st. Got a runner in the 3rd. Left him at 1st. Got a run in the 4th. Lost him on a double play ball. And that's been it. Down holds at 2-2 on Logan Forsythe. Yankees beat Minnesota 4-3. Texas 7. Seattle 2. That's the final. Count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Popped up. Foul ball. Albuena back near the stands, and that ball is out of play, and he did not make the play.
No, and if he would have got over to the wall, he would have had an opportunity, but he kind of drifted the whole way over and then was forced to reach at the end. There was a few fans that had some leaning. He's going to see some things come into play, some hats.
Yeah, making it very difficult, and the ball wound up out of play, but if he'd had a clear shot, he had a very good opportunity to make that play. Albuena making just a handful of starts coming into this game. 10 starts at first base. Ground ball. That's going to get through. Joe West had to get out of the way. The diving attempt by Correa. And Forsythe has his 2nd hit.
Boy, and those fans with the hats are getting an earful from the crowd now that this at-bat by Logan turned into a base hit and a base runner.
Yeah, the entire park turning on them.
Well, trying to get that ground ball with a fastball down and away. He got it, but Logan was able to get it by Correa. Another leadoff base runner here for the Rays. And circle the wagons, gentlemen.
Yeah, they're kind of slinking down in the seats right now. Asdrubal Cabrera fouls it. That was a 10-pitch at bat for Logan Forsythe, and when you look back at the evening for Keuchel, he made more pitches in that one at bat to Forsythe that he made in the second inning, 6, the third inning, 9, the fifth inning, 7, and the sixth inning, 9. One strike to count to Cabrera. He's down 0-2.
Well, he got a hanging curveball right there, and that was the one that he wanted to pop. Yeah, and he's asking right there, was that up?
Into the dirt, blocked. Big Conger doing the catching, and Forsythe still at first base on the blocked pitch. It was in the dirt. Phillies beat Toronto 7-4. The Rays are down 1-0 in this game. Check swing, foul ball. That's a foul ball. Way diving across the line into foul territory.
That's what you got to be willing to do as a hitter against Keuchel. He's going to move the ball in and out, back and forth, and so you've got to be able to protect, to go with the pitch. Cabrera trying to sneak that one up the line. Keuchel looking for a ground ball and try to get another double play.
Count still standing at a ball, 2 strikes. The changeup had Cabrera out in front. Keuchel made just 64 pitches through 5 innings, and 27 of those came in the first. And a 9-pitch 6th inning. And a cut to miss. Cabrera, the first out in the 7th inning. Strikeout number 5.
Dallas Keuchel was able to get his Drupal Cabrera into swing mode. And he was swinging at everything. So all of a sudden you present him that curveball. You keep it away from him. Drop it out of the zone late. And he continued swinging.
Tim Beckham in the lineup tonight, hitting 6, playing shortstop, and he is 0 for 2. Strike. Runner goes, pitch is wide, throw is not in time. A stolen base for Forsythe. The Rays starting Forsythe, desperate to get a man into scoring position, and he successfully steals the base.
Well, he picked a good pitch to run on, a changeup down and away, and Conger threw a changeup out to Altuve. So changeup, and he's able to sneak in. Only the 3rd stolen base given up by Dallas Keuchel this season. But getting into desperation mode here, trying to get a chance to tie this game up.
And this one's shot into right center field. That's going to go all the way to the fence. Forsythe will score. Beckham's going to dig for 3rd, and he's going to make it without a play. Rays have tied the game on the triple by Beckham up the alley into right center field. And now the fans are really giving it to those fans down the right field line.
Oh, yeah. Boy, every out in this ball game is huge. Now this is a breaking ball. He's left it out over the plate, allowed Tim Beckham to get extension. And boy, you get it out to right center field here, you got a chance to run for a while. And that's exactly what happened. Rays tie it up, but more importantly, you get that runner to third with less than 2 outs.
Fourth triple of the year for Beckham, and it ties the game. And now the Rays with a potential go-ahead run at third. The infield is in. And Loney bats against a drawn-in infield. Loney has grounded out and struck out. The count is 1-1. That's the slider away from Loney that he missed. It's 2-1. Chad Qualls now up in the Houston bullpen. Three and one. Fly ball into right. Tucker coming in to make the catch. Tagged by Beckham. He's going to head to the plate. And the throw skips by the catcher Conger. And the Rays take the lead. Now it's 2-1. Rob Drake, the plate umpire, making the safe call. And Keuchel wondering if Beckham touched the plate. It got to be a little bit of a chore to get to the plate, but Drake says he did.
No, he jumps right over, right there, and lands right on the plate, no question about it. Now, you know what? If the throw is handled, they got to, well, they're going to get him, more than likely. But that was an odd hop coming off the long throw by Preston Tucker, who had a full head of steam coming towards home plate to make that throw. It was a risky move by the Rays, but you got to take risks in a game like this.
So Beckham scores the go-ahead run. The Astros appealing that he left the bag at third too soon. And I think if anything, he left it a beat late. He had to go back to get to the bag. Daniel Nava rolls it to the shortstop Correa. Long throw wide, and Balbuena kept his foot on the bag to retire the Rays in the seventh. But the Rays want to take a moment here as Kevin Cash has come out of the dugout. And I think he's gonna ask them to maybe take a look at that play at first base to see whether. Well, now he's going to say forget about it. And so the top of the seventh inning is over, and the Rays have taken a 2-1 lead. The triple by Beckham, the key hit in this inning. Bottom of the 7th inning, and Nathan KARNS will depart this game after 6 superb innings.
And just 84 pitches and just 1 earned run, the home run by Carlos Correa. Nathan KARNS was outstanding once again. I mean, he's run now that streak out there, 2 earned or fewer, 18 times now he's done that. Gave up just the 1 walk, 8 strikeouts, and the Rays are going to turn it over their bullpen to get 9 outs.
Xavier Cedeno will make the appearance here in relief of KARNS, and you can see Cedeno there with 14 consecutive games with no runs and no walks. That matches the longest streak in club history. Jake McGee did that in 2013, and Dan Wheeler did that in 2009. So 14 straight games, no runs, no walks. And he's in here to work the bottom of the 7th inning. Kevin Kiermaier in the game in center field. 1 strike to count to Luis Valbuena. It's 1-1. Geyer moved over to play right field, replacing Nava. Two and 1. Valbuena, the number 7 hitter. Conger next, and then Marisnick due. Popper, short left. Out from shortstop Beckham in front of Jennings. And it's Beckham who makes the catch. 1 gone in the 7th. Have you seen the Outlaw? Capture Kiermaier Saturday, August 29th. The Rays battle the Royals, and all fans receive a Kevin Kiermaier Outlaw action figure presented by Dex Imaging while supplies last. For tickets, call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays up. Hank Conger. Switch hitting catcher. The pitch is low. He's had more success against right-handed pitching than left-handed pitching. Well, it was 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts against KARNS. 1-1. Baltimore beating the Mets. That's a 5-4 final. So Toronto loses. The Angels are playing against the White Sox. Baltimore wins. Texas wins. Minnesota loses. And the Rays have a 2-1 lead right now. And a swing and a miss. Conger is out on strikes. 2 outs here in the 7th inning, and here's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live. Pre-game show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealer, and Chris Archer looks for his 11th win. We'll hear from him, and Orestes will be breaking down Asdrubal Cabrera and the hot streak he's been on since returning from the disabled list. It will be Archer on the hill tomorrow night. Our coverage begins at 7:30. Jake Marisnick misses. Strike 1. Fastball from Cedeno, just a little movement late on it.
He's all about the cutter and the breaking ball. See it right there, 90 miles an hour. able to get some depth with it, get it under the swing.
Good outing for KARNS. 84 pitches, 6 innings of one-run baseball. A ball, 2 strikes. We talk about the KARNS and pitching. Pitched smart tonight and executed.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And he remembered from, you know, highlighted the Preston Tucker situation. He just did a great job of mixing pitches. That's what you got to do to, you know, to get deep into a ball game. But he pitched tonight. He incorporated all 3 pitches and really got you to the point in the 3rd or 4th inning that didn't matter what the count was. You weren't sure what he was going to come with. And that was beautiful to watch. And he had a tremendous outing because of it.
Shortstop. BECKHAM makes the throw. And a 1-2-3. 7th inning for Cedeno. On to the 8th. And the Rays lead 2-1. Summary brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source, with the Rays leading 2-1. Houston got a run in the first on the Carlos Correa home run, but Nathan KARNS, a great job for the Rays through 6. The Rays got 2 off Dallas Keuchel in the 7th inning. He has been very difficult tonight. And we go to the 8th with Curt Casali leading off, and he takes the first pitch inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Two and 0. There's a base hit. Casali had the right side open with Altuve on the shortstop side of second base with the shift. Curt Casali leads off the inning with a base hit.
Well, another leadoff base runner worked out for the Rays in the last inning. You'd love to see them extend this lead. They're getting their 4th look at Keuchel. Geyer already with a couple of hits. I don't know how much longer they're going to go with Dallas in Houston.
Geyer now playing right field, and he takes the pitch down. He's 2 for 3 off Keuchel tonight. Well, there is that rivalry between Dallas and Houston. And it just shows you how good a pitcher you have to be in Houston if your name is Dallas for them to love you the way they like him. There's a base hit. Casale will go to second. Geyer 3 for 4 tonight against this tough left-hander.
Now this ball powdered. You see that low line. And Carlos Correa has been busy tonight. Number of dives. That one doesn't work out so well. And the Rays put the first 2 on.
Your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. Back in Houston in the 8th inning. Great to have you with us tonight. The Rays have a 2-1 lead. 2 men on in the 8th inning. And after 7+, Dallas Keuchel departs this game.
Well, you know, it took a while, but the Rays were finally able to get to Mr. Keuchel. He was a little shaky early on. They got nothing done. After that, he locked it in, and for the next 4 or 5 innings, he was unhittable until that right there. Tim Beckham going the other way. An RBI triple would tie the game. He would come home on a sac fly to right, and then a couple of base hits here in this half of the inning. Top of the 8th, and they have chased it.
Chad Qualls makes his 44th appearance of the year for Houston. 1-4 with a .410 earned run mark. He will inherit a couple of base runners, men at first and second, and nobody out. Desmond Jennings, the hitter. Ball 1. Jennings 1 of 4 in his career against Qualls. Rays with another great opportunity to add to this slim 1-run lead. 2-0. One. Jennings hitting in the number 2 spot in the Rays lineup. Evan Longoria on deck.
And with Qualls coming in, you immediately think the way that the Rays have used their bench in the past. You think about Grady Sizemore potentially pinch hitting. John Jaso available to pinch hit in this situation. Sticking with the righty Jennings.
And a strike on the inner part. It's 2-2. Sort of on the inner part.
Inner something.
Jennings out strikes.
Well, you have that fastball that ran across the plate to get that second strike. Now go with the slider and break it the other way. And you see Desmond pulls off of it.
One away. Here's Longoria. Have an 0 for 3. First pitch slider is in. Ground ball headed toward the hole. Gonna get through. Casale will stop at third, however, and the bases are loaded. Gonzalez hustling in to make the pickup. And so Longoria has a single. And the bases will be loaded for Logan Forsythe.
Well, just perfectly placed. That's all that is. You attribute that to just, well, the luck of the bouncing ball. Qualls gets the ground ball, but look at this, just perfect. I mean, two guys stretched out going for that baseball, can't do it, able to get it into left field.
Bases loaded for Logan Forsythe now. He faces Qualls. Swing and a miss. I don't know if you can really call this the undoing of Keuchel, but it was that extended at bat by Forsythe to begin the 7th inning that started the process for the 2-run 7th. Keuchel now out of the game as Forsythe faces Qualls. And he's quickly ahead of him. 0-2.
But that was a nasty sinker. 93. He starts that off the plate away, and it just darts to the far corner. Well, he needs a strikeout or a ground ball. Logan in the hole, looking to find a hole.
Well, that was vintage Qualls right there.
That's the sinker slider. That's the crisscross on the outside corner against the righty. You've got the fastball that darts back to the corner for strike 2, and then you start a pitch off the plate and break it away. The slider, Logan not sure, doesn't want to get burned by the backdoor sinker, and he goes after the pitch that's moving even further away from him. That's outstanding pitching there by Qualls.
2 outs with the bases loaded. Here's Asdrubal Cabrera looking for his first hit tonight. Boy, this would be a good time for him. And a foul ball that moves Rocco Baldelli. Strike 1.
Got a lot of equipment he's holding on to there. Both pockets are full. Hands.
Yeah, he's run out of pockets.
You get a lot of base runners. Everybody's dropping off their junk.
Did he go? He did not. It's 1-1. Pretty close.
Walk it right to the edge and stay right there.
Well, that was the local guy down at third, Clint Fagan, just up the road in Tomball, and he said he did not go. Look out, back into the screen, and that spins Beckham, who's on deck. Spins him right around.
Now you get that ball moving down and away. Cabrera reaching for it, and yeah, Beckham almost got pasted. And you feel where he's at, he's pretty safe. How in the world does that ball get to him? And he's moving now, playing the shift on Cabrera.
A 1-2 count. And Cabrera's out on strikes. Walls does the job. 2-1 Rays. On top, moving into the bottom of the 8th inning. That's Alex Colomé out there on the hill. Will be pitcher number 3.
Well, apparently the Rays have been very impressed with the work that Alex Colomé has done recently, because he's in a high leverage spot here. But look what he's done his last 9 times out. Of course, he's got the wins right there, but the .63 earned run average over 14 in the 3rd innings. You know, the first couple of appearances for Alex Colomé did not go very well out of the pen, but he has worked on, you know, honing his pitches down, more of a, you know, fastball slider guy. He'll sprinkle in the changeup. So he's pared the arsenal down just a hair, and also gotten into a better routine to be ready to go once his name is called down in that pen and it is translated onto the field.
25th appearance and the 14th.
Well, the thing that's nice too about him in this role now is he doesn't have to pace himself as a starter. He's got a big arm, and he can come in and get right to it, let it all hang out, because you're probably only going to be out there for an inning, maybe 2.
He faces the top of the order. This is Altuve. One strike, he gets ahead. And Altuve reaching for that one. 0-2.
Well, he's got really good plate coverage. You're not even getting to that pitch. No chance. That was a great slider there by Colomé, and you're forced as a hitter, because that fastball, first one at 96, you got to make quick decisions, man.
And a cut and a miss on the slider again, and that's a hard slider.
And you know what's hard? It's hard to make Jose Altuve look that bad, and Alex Colomé just did on 3 pitches. 96 on the outside corner, strike one. 2 sliders off the plate with similar swings. That speaks to the stuff and how good it is.
Marwin Gonzalez, he's 0 for 3 in this game. He ended last night's game with a 10th inning home run. Fastball, he takes it for a strike. One and one. Ball, 2 strikes. KARNS worked 6 innings, gave up a run on 6 hits, 8 strikeouts. Cedeno, another scoreless outing with a strikeout. Colomé ahead of Gonzalez. And a cut and a miss. Well, he takes care of Gonzalez.
Boy, I look at some of the swings. The 2 swings by Altuve. You don't see him take very many awkward swings like that. This swing by Gonzalez just completely fooled. He got the slider after getting a couple of changeups and just take that long walk back to the dugout. Alex Colomé has come in with great stuff, and he has been extremely sharp here through the first 2 hitters.
Carlos Correa, 1 for 3 with a first inning home run. Strike the count on the foul ball. That pitch completely disappeared on Correa.
No, and look at that swing. I mean, you're talking about hitters 1, 2, and 3 in this Astro lineup taking some very awkward swings at Colomé's stuff.
And he strikes him out. A 1-2-3-8 as Colomé strikes out the side. We head to the 9th, 2-1 Rays. tonight so far for the Rays. The high-def highlights presented by H.H. Gregg and Logan Forsythe with the second opportunity after the fans interfered with that foul ball that the first baseman Baltimore was after. Stolen base later and one out. Tim Beckham doubles in the tying run, triples in the tying run, and then scores on the fly ball to right by James Loney. And the Rays grab a 2-1 lead and hold that lead moving into the ninth. And boy, what a bottom of the eighth by Alex Colomé.
Would you be tempted to send him right back out there after what you saw?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Me too. Well, he was absolutely dominant, and we saw awkward swings from all three Astro hitters.
Matt Neshek in here to pitch for Houston, facing Tim Beckham. Well, the triple by Beckham. He drove in the tying run, scored the go-ahead run. And a bunt and a dandy. Beckham headed to first, and there will be no play.
Well, here's the thing. What was more impressive? The bunt by Beckham, or as he crosses first base, the catch of the helmet behind the back. Bunt's pretty good, but watch the finish. Okay, that's good. You put your vote in for that, and we'll get to the helmet. It's pretty good too.
That was smooth.
Yeah, it was.
Yep.
As you're touching first base. I mean, Tim Beckham feeling it here tonight.
On single, Beckham aboard to open the ninth. James Loney fouling it back. That's a strike. That's Beckham's second bunt hit of the year. Brad Boxberger up in the bullpen for the Rays. A miss on that pitch. It's 1-1. Now the play the other way. Runs it to 1-2. Maloney got the fly ball not too deep to right field to Tucker in the seventh, but Beckham managed to score. Very wide, 2-2. Line drive, that's going to be caught. We're going to get a double play. Loney hits a line drive right to Altuve. And Beckham hung out to dry at first. It's doubled up.
Yeah, they always, you hear that phrase, freeze on a line drive. What you actually want to do is head back on a line drive. And Tim Beckham, he takes a secondary lead and then heads towards second. That's not going to work out well.
Suddenly 2 outs, bases empty. Kevin Kiermaier swings and misses. First plate appearance for Kiermaier tonight after taking over in center field when Geyer moved to right. Quickly jumping ahead.
One of the most unique deliveries that you will see in baseball. just kind of steps at you. I mean, how do you get to that point? Like, where does it start to turn to where this is how you're going to pitch at the big league level? I mean, it's unique, it's different. You're only going to see him one time, so it's tough for these hitters to pick up that arm slot.
And the thing's interesting about Neshek, the delivery, of course, but he starts on the third base side of the rubber and actually moves to the middle of the rubber when he makes his delivery.
Why not? I mean, I've not seen it. There you go. He's straddling. Looks kind of normal. Oh, started. Oh, now what happens?
A lot going on there, and he strikes out Kiermaier. The Rays out in the ninth. Bottom of the frame coming, 2-1 Rays. Sports is brought to you by Kona Brewing Company. One life, right? Don't blow it. Mahalo. By Hattrick's Catering. And by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Rays lead 2-1. We're headed into the bottom of the ninth inning here in Houston. And we're also going to check in with Rich Hollenberg. Rich?
Thanks, Dwayne. BA coming up right after the game. Join us for Rays Live, the postgame presented by Checkers. Todd and Orestes will be anchoring the coverage back in the studio. They'll talk about Nate Karns' night. We'll go back to the two of you who are going to discuss that seventh inning that got the Rays the lead. And they'll have highlights of not one, not two, but 4 different games that will affect the wild card chase. That's Rays Live, the postgame, brought to you by Checkers, coming up immediately following the game. Guys?
All right, thank you very much, Rich. Well, the bottom of the ninth finds Brad Boxberger back out there. And he will face Jed Lowry to begin this inning, with Preston Tucker due next, and behind him, Evan Gattis. 4-9 and 29 of 32 in save situations.
And right back up on that horse.
Well, that's the life of a closer. So here's Lowry. 1 for 2, a single and a walk, and he fouls it out of play. Strike one. Keuchel and Karns, the pitchers of record in this game. And the popper, short left. Beckham in a hurry, can't get there. Jennings can't come up with it. And now into second base goes Lowry. Well, Jennings picked it up. It would have been interesting to see had Jennings made a throw to second. I think they had a play on Lowry.
Well, that could not have gone any worse for the Rays. I mean, first of all, you get Boxberger makes a good pitch. He gets poor contact, and no one can get to this baseball. And then it's going to go off the hand right there. Then he picks it up, and he's going to choose to eat it. And Lowry's able to slide into second base. Instant trouble in here, the bottom of the ninth inning.
Here's Preston Tucker. An infield hit in the sixth. Pitch is down. 1 ball, no strikes. Houston with the leadoff man on base for the first time in this game. And it's that double dropping into shallow left. Little tapper, that's foul. 1-1. Never easy, it seems. He went up after that one and missed it.
Well, and Preston Tucker got really long with this swing right there. He's got the little kick, the long swing, and you're right, that 92 upstairs just flat out beat him with it.
This one to the backstop, and over to third goes Lowry.
Could have done without that. That was just a fastball by Brad Boxberger that was yanked, and Kurt Casale not able to get the glove over there on the backhand. He's set up away. This ball's way in. I mean, way in. And Casale had no shot. That just completely yanked. And it gets the runner to third now. And the Rays forced to bring the infield in. Well, here's where you got to calm down, take a deep breath, and realize you're one pitch away from striking Preston Tucker out. Then you go to work. Got to make a pitch.
And he got it. He strikes him out for the first out.
And that's a veteran move right there. Just, you know what? It doesn't look good, but hey, I'm one pitch away. Now I got to go to work on Gattis. Back up in the zone, this time 94.
Now Casale and Boxberger talk it over. The double by Lowry, the move to third on the wild pitch. Tucker out on strikes. And the hitter is going to be Evan Gattis. Well, Gattis had a base hit in the fourth inning. Rays with everybody in on the infield. Blown away. Throws him a strike. Change up. It's 1-1.
We're going to see a lot of the back and forth, trying to keep Gattis off balance until he can get to 2 strikes and then try to put him away. You should need another strikeout here.
Two and one.
You know, it's been that fastball. The fastball, remember, away to Preston Tucker got yanked, That fastball was going to be on the same arm side fastball. That one got yanked badly too.
2-1, and a ground ball to the infield. This game is tied. Didn't hit it hard, but had enough to get it through the drawn-in infield. And boy, what a difference that wild pitch makes.
No question about it. Infield in. You get soft contact, but there's nobody home. Nothing you can do. You've got no range when you're that close.
Luis Valbuena. Ground ball right side. Forsythe goes to second out there. First base. Rays get the double play to end the 9th inning, but Houston comes up with the tying run. Lowry opened with a double and scores. It's a 2-2 ball game. Here in the bottom of the 9th inning against Brad Boxberger. Jed Lowry drops a 2-base hit into shallow left out of the reach of Beckham and Jennings. Goes to third on a wild pitch, and after the strikeout of Tucker, the soft contact single by Evan Gattis through into center has tied this game. Boxberger got the double play out of Valbuena. And it's a 2-2 contest here as we go to the 10th inning again.
Well, you really feel for Brad, too, because it's not like he got hit around that inning at all. I mean, a bloop down the left field line that turns into a double. Didn't help himself with that pitch that he yanked to the backstop, no doubt. But Evan Gattis with poor contact, but with the infield in, he finds a hole. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. The Rays get an opportunity now to win a ball game in extra innings, something they haven't done a whole lot of.
Yep. It's 2-9 in extra innings, and they face Luke Gregerson, who got the win last night. John Jaso pinch hits to open it, and the pitch is a strike.
Oh, he's got dirty sink too, 90 miles an hour. That late movement, boy, he was good last night. We saw that.
Yeah, he struck out Jaso in the 9th inning last night and then pitched a perfect 10th inning. And he strikes him out here in the 10th tonight.
It's that sinker-slider combo. We just saw it from Qualls. We're now seeing it from Gregerson. The sinker moving away from you. Then you start the breaking ball in the same area and bring it down and in. That crisscross action, so effective here, and we're getting a good look at it the last couple of innings.
The Geyer will be lifted in favor of Sizemore. Gregerson throws a strike. It is down. It's 1-1. Foul ball. Moves the count to 1-2. One out on the strikeout of Jaso. 1-2 the count on Sizemore. It's away. 2-2. Sizemore 0 for 3 last night, drew a couple of walks in the game. And he takes another pitch away for ball 3. The count is full.
Well, Gregerson just can't keep that sinker on the plate.
Ground ball down to first. Bueno comes up with it, and that big first baseman's mitt. And 2 gone. Strikeout and a ground out. Now it'll be Desmond Jennings. Desmond walked in the first inning. Otherwise 0 for 3. It's ball 1. Houston scored a run in the first. The Rays got 2 in the 7th. Houston a run in the 9th. We're in the 10th. One and one to count on Jennings.
Well, it is 1-1. It's not the proper order.
Chop left side. Lowry gloves and throws. The Rays go down 1-2-3. Bottom of the 10th coming, tied at 2. beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Rays in Houston, and for the second straight night in extra innings, bottom of the 10th coming up. Brandon Gomes will take over on the mound for the Rays. He is their 5th pitcher, on for the 44th time.
40 2/3 innings, 243 opponents average, and he's going to start down at the bottom of the order here with Hank Conger and Jake Marisnick.
And Rene Rivera, here comes the battery mate. Gomes entering the game after the Sally was lifted for the pinch hitter. Grady Sizemore stays on to play right field after hitting for Geyer. So here we go into the bottom of the 10th. Conger 0 for 3. And here against Gomes. Shift is on. A big cut to miss on the breaking ball. Strike 1. Rays have used off-speed stuff against him. Curveballs, change-ups. 3 strikeouts on the night. And a cut and a miss. It's 0-2.
The advice to Brandon Gomes: just don't throw it into his swing. It's just the same swing. He's trying to lift, launch, and end this ball game. A couple of good off-speed pitches that put Brandon Gomes in the driver's seat.
And a cut and a miss. So he takes care of him on 3 pitches. The split got him.
Well, it's another good split, moving down and away. Hank Conger had the same swing at all 3 pitches, made quick work. And I guarantee you that Evan Longoria over there talking to Brandon Gomes, because Colby Rasmus coming to the plate now, thinking about maybe a potential bunt because you're going to play the shift. You've only got one guy, Evan Longoria, over there on the left side. The Astros looking for a base runner.
So Rasmus pinch hits for Marisnick. Takes the pitch low. "14 strikeouts tonight for Rays pitching. It's 1-1 on Rasmus.
It's been nothing but off-speed stuff from Brandon Gomes. And that's really been the theme of this series against this lineup. A lot more off-speed pitches being used by Rays pitchers.
There's a fastball up out of the zone. 2-1. Only been a couple of walks in this game. And now Gomes is behind Rasmus. We'll take it to 3-2. Top of the order on deck. Conger, the 8th place man, struck out on 3 pitches. Rasmus hitting for Marisnick, now with a full count. Gomes strikes him out. Rivera's throw down to first to Loney. 2 gone.
And Colby Rasmus gave that at bat away. He got up 3-1 And Brandon Gomes comes back with 2 splits that are balls, and he goes after both of them. Was able to stay back early in the at-bat, but this ball into the dirt, and he swings and misses, and it's been nothing. There was one show fastball so far thrown by Gomes. Everything else has been split or slider.
Jose Altuve in line to double up the left field side in the 3rd. And he takes that pitch for a ball.
And he's going to see nothing but junk too. You're going to go slider split against him. Maybe try to sneak a fastball in there, but it has been steady diet of off speed.
And he gets a strike on the corner. Slip that one over.
Yeah, well, if you're going to go with the fastball, then locate it. And you can't locate it much better than Brandon did right there.
Fly ball lifted into right center. Sizemore handles it. Houston up and down, 1, 2, 3. On to the 11th, 2-2. Houston opened the scoring in the 1st when the 20-year-old shortstop Carlos Correa hit his 15th home run of the year. The Rays took the lead on a triple by Tim Beckham, scoring Logan Forsythe to tie it, and then a sacrifice fly from James Loney to score Beckham. That made it 2-1. But in the bottom of the 9th inning, a leadoff double by Lowry led to the tying run when Evan Gattis singled him home, and it's a 2-2 ball game headed into the 11th inning. Rays will have Evan Longoria to lead off here in the inning. Longoria, Forsythe, and Cabrera against Will Harris.
This is the inning, Dwayne.
It's the middle part of the order for the Rays. They did get a look at Harris last night for 1 inning. He's back to pitch tonight. There's ball 1. Never got a base hit through the left side in the 8th. Rasmus in the outfield. Fly ball. Back into right center. Rasmus to the track. He will have room and makes the catch. .373 back there in front of the bullpen. And Rasmus made the grab. Logan Forsythe, 2 for 4 tonight. He scored 1 of the 2 runs in the 7th and really keyed that inning with a 10-pitch at bat. He fouls it back after the first pitch fastball. Strike 1.
Well, Logan's a battler. I mean, he's shown that all season long. He's been so consistent in the batter's box and out in the field. He's been a tremendous player for the Rays this year and always is going to give you a pretty good at bat.
One and one. There's a line drive, and it's right to the shortstop, CORREA.
I mean, you could not have hit that ball harder. I mean, Logan Forsythe on a good breaking ball from Will Harris does a great job of staying back on it, dropping the barrel. Watch this. Stay back, use your hands, and you really, that's the only place that he could have hit that and been retired.
2 up, 2 down. Asdrubal Cabrera looking for his first hit of the night. Strike. Cabrera grounded into a double play in the 4th and struck out twice.
Hasn't homered yet.
Seems like a great idea.
I'm all for it.
1-1 to count on Asdrubal. Tracks it too low. Cabrera did hit a home run on this road trip in Arlington, connecting off the left-hander Jake Diekman. So hit that one right-handed. Batting left-handed against Will Harris. 2 outs, bases empty. The count is 2-2. Out on strikes. Missed the fastball. 1-2-3. Go the Rays. Bottom of the 11th coming up. 2-2. are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Bottom of the 11th inning from Houston. Marwin Gonzalez will lead off the inning for Houston. He ended the game in the 10th inning last night with his 8th home run of the year. On a full count fastball from Brad Boxberger.
Well, you got to believe that Brandon Gomes is going to continue along the same path. A lot of off-speed pitches. You already know that this Astro lineup is aggressive. They're young. They hunt fastballs. And when you're getting into extra innings like this, just like Gonzalez did last night, you know they want to end it with one swing. So they're really aggressive right now.
Gonzalez 0 for 4 tonight. And the pitch is a strike. Well, the Rays have worked him off-speed stuff, breaking stuff all night.
And at what point do you say, you know what, I'm going to go up and look for off-speed? You're going to have to beat me with 3 fastballs because I haven't seen anybody put together 3 fastballs tonight.
A cut and a miss over that one.
How many fastballs has Brandon Gomes thrown? 2.
Maybe, yeah, 1 or 2.
1 elevated,
yep.
1 to Altuve on the corner.
That's it.
That's it. Everything else has been split or slider. Mostly split. Well, listen, if they're not going to adjust, good for him. You can't hit it. Keep swinging at it. Go ahead.
Pitch low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's the breakout. And a cut and a miss. Gonzalez out on strikes.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, if you haven't figured it out by now, guys, Brandon Gomes, he not only goes off speed there, he's going to go off speed, split, and expand and get that swing.
One away here in the bottom of the 11th. Carlos Correa. He homered in the first. He got one just over the scoreboard and dropped it into the Crawford boxes out there. 1 ball, no strikes. It's a 2 ball, no strike count. High popper on the infield. That's Rivera out the back of the plate to catch that one. 2 gone. Jed Lowry, who has been on 3 times with a single, a walk, and a double. That was his double that dropped into short left in the 9th inning that led to the tying run. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes. is up in the Houston bullpen. We saw him here Monday night. Going to play the other way, and it's 1-2. Two and two. And a cut to miss. Lowry swinging over that one. 1-2-3. Go the Astros, and we head into the 12th. Rays have one game left with the Astros in this series. That will be here tomorrow night. We'll be with you at 7:30 to begin our coverage on Sun Sports. Chris Archer, after his 11th win, 2-1 in his career against Houston with a 1.09 ERA. And it's all tomorrow night beginning at 7:30. The 12th inning finds Tim Beckham leading off. And the first pitch is a strike on the outside part of the plate. Strike one. Will Harris worked the 11th inning out here in the 12th. And close off the plate end. 1-1. James Loney will be next. And Kevin Kiermaier. Into the screen, 1-2. Keuchel started. The Rays got both their runs off him. Qualls, Neshek, Gregerson, and now Harris. Down to third, and Lowry's throw in time. What James Loney's doing, we're going to get a pitching change here. A.J. Hinch popping out of the dugout. We'll be back in just a moment. Header as the Giants look to improve their playoff chances, taking on the wild card leading Pirates, followed by the Rangers battling the Tigers. Coverage begins at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Oliver Perez becomes pitcher number 6 for Houston. The Rays got 3 runs off him here in the game on Monday when they defeated Houston 9-2.
I was going to say they did see him a couple of days ago and they liked what they saw. Coming in to face James Loney, and well, he's been known to, from time to time, put a real good at-bat on a left-handed pitcher.
Loney shoots it to left field toward the corner, and that's going to be a fair ball into the corner. Gonzalez after it, and Loney has a 2-base hit with 1 out here in the 12th, and just like that, the Rays get a man into scoring position.
That didn't take long. Comes right in, fires a fastball out over the plate. James Loney slices it down into the corner.
Kevin Kiermaier, another left-handed bat here against Perez. Takes one wide. Kiermaier fouled out the 3rd against Perez here Monday night, so he's getting his second look at him. Fouls this one off his foot. 1-1. Well, the Astros overload that right side with a shift, leaving the left side wide open.
And you got to believe that Perez is going to work Kiermaier. You see all of this open area here. He's going to be working him away. You know, with that slider, trying to get a... I don't know what he tried to do there. A little channeling his inner Louis Tiant.
And now it's 1-2. You always wonder how disconcerting that was for a hitter when the pitcher turns his back on you and then turns and throws.
Let's get Rich down there to ask Kiermaier right now.
Popped up, foul ball. Conger gives it a look and makes the catch. So 2 gone. Now Rene Rivera is in the nice spot. Jaso pinch hit for Casali. That was in the 10th with Rivera taking over. So this will be the first plate appearance for Rivera in this game. Pitch is a strike. And Andres just up from Durham, up in the Rays bullpen now. One and one. Two strikes. Rivera out in front.
Well, the breaking ball by Oliver Perez. He really slings that ball up there. It's got some depth to it. It's got some side to side.
Foul right back over the dugout. Rivera had a start Saturday in the Rangers series at Arlington. Had a base hit, went 1 for 4. Looking for a base hit in the 12th inning tonight against the left-hander Oliver Perez. He is down in the count. He shoots it foul the other way.
Well, you got to believe after that fastball away that Perez is going to come back with that breaking ball on the outer half. The pitch that he got Rivera to swing and miss after strike 2.
Was lifted foul the other way. Again, out of play.
Yeah, you'll take that. And that's exactly what he came with. That one did not have the depth of the earlier pitch, and so Rivera able to foul it off to get another one. And Hank Conger out there discussing with Oliver Perez what they want to do here. Now put the ball in play and find a hole. Give yourself a chance. See what happens.
Loney, the runner at second base. And a foul ball again on a fastball this time. 7 pitches into this at bat with a 1-2 count. And he got him. Struck him out. The Rays leave a man at second. We go to the bottom of the 12th. Rays and Houston still tied at 2. as Mike and Molly bring you live reports from around the country for the latest from the NFL training camps and get you ready for a full night of MLB action. Catch America's pregame every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1. Streaming live on Fox Sports Go. We go to the bottom half of inning 12 from Houston. It's a tie game, 2-2. Matt Andriese just back from Durham on the pitch for the Rays here in the bottom of the 12th. Andriese 3-2 in 12 prior appearances for the Rays, including 7 starts with a .311 earned run average. Scratch from a start at Durham just a day removed, and so he's out here in case the Rays need a few more innings. Preston Tucker hits a ground ball toward the middle. Backhanded Forsythe, throw to first, and he got him. What a play by Logan Forsythe. We've seen Forsythe do that before, and it continues to be impressive.
Well, you know, he's moving at a high rate of speed. This ball kind of in no man's land, a little backhand, but then you've got to throw across your body and make sure that the throw stays true. And that's the hard part. But he has shown the ability to get that done, that play done, time after time.
Here's Evan Gattis. Gattis 2 for 4. He drove in the run in the 9th that tied this game. He scored Lowry, who would open the 9th with the double. He hits tonight, 18 home runs on the year. We saw him hit a home run the other night here Monday to the opposite field at an 0-2 fastball that was up and away, and I mean up and away, and hit it out. 2 balls, no strikes. Rays in extra innings. It's been a tough go for the Rays. 2-9 in extra innings this year. Houston 6-6. Pitch is down. 3-0. Here's that home run Gattis hit here the other night.
You weren't lying, up and away. That ball's off the plate and above the zone. That's how strong he is. And you see Andriese really concentrating on keeping this ball down in the zone.
And he's swinging 3-0 and a big cut at that pitch. Look out.
Did you see where Rivera was set up? Away, yes, but he had the glove at the bottom of the zone asking for it low. Ooh, that ends up belt, almost middle.
Danger zone.
Be thankful that that's just nothing but a foul ball.
3-1.
Oh,
and
boy.
there's a nice pitch, 3-1.
And he was sitting on 3-1 fastball. He got a 3-1 hanging breaking ball. But Andriese has crawled back into this count. 1 pitch away.
(3-2) and a tapper. Andriese after this one. He's throw to first, and they get a dangerous man with a lot of power right there. Gattis out number 2.
Yeah, and impressive because you fell behind 3-0. The Astros, all they're looking for is a base runner. Had a chance to get one, but Andriese comes back with 3 pitches. Now 2 outs.
Here's Luis Valbuena. There's a strike. Valbuena with power and a base hit the other way past Longoria. Jennings up with it. Valbuena's going to go for 2. They should get him. And he is out at second base with Forsythe putting the tag on it. So a base hit for Valbuena. And he is asking the Houston dugout to ask about that call at second base. And Joe West standing out there with his hands on his hips. And that's going to take care of the bottom of the 12th inning. Still tied.
Is still tied at 2. Everybody bust out a brand new score sheet. These things only go to 12, guys. This is not quite uncharted territory for the Rays. They have played one 13-inning affair. It was April 29th at New York. And if you might remember, they won that game by a final of 3-2. And if memory serves, gentlemen, that was the David DeJesus ice cream game, if I believe.
Well, let's hope they have plenty of ice cream here waiting in the clubhouse in Houston for the Rays, if they can pull off a repeat of that. Let's strike the count to Sizemore. The ground ball right side, backhanded by Valbuena, and a race to the back. Safe the call. Sizemore is aboard.
How does Oliver Perez not break towards first base? Boy, that's the mistake that he makes, and Grady Sizemore makes him pay for it. Boy, ground ball to the right side if you're late getting off the mound, and that's what it became, a foot race, and I'm going to put my money on Grady Sizemore every time. And Valbuena here, he's going to pitch to him, but what you didn't see is Oliver Perez way late, and they may want to take a look at that. That's pretty close. Oh, he may have beaten Grady to the bag. And this may get overturned. I think it will get overturned.
You know, at first look, you could see why DJ Rayburn might call it safe, because Perez went to the back side of the bag.
Yeah.
And Sizemore was on the front side. But we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I think that Perez's foot got to the bag right before Grady's, no question. But it shouldn't have even been that close. Well, here it is, ground ball to the right side. Kind of just that little hesitation. He falls off towards third base and took a peek at the ball being fielded before he broke. And it did get overturned.
Well, the Astros 3 for 3 in that department tonight. And one out in the 13th inning. Fields is the new pitcher. He'll be facing Desmond Jennings. So Perez got credit for 1 inning. Gave up a hit, picked up a strikeout. And Fields, who pitched here on Monday, 2/3 of an inning and surrendered a hit, no runs, makes his 43rd appearance. Jennings takes the pitch, and that's in there for a strike.
Well, a max effort guy, as you can see, 95 miles an hour, but he really reaches back, tries to get everything into every pitch. Big strikeout numbers.
Just missed with that one. It's 1-1. Well, this is the 7th pitcher of the night for Houston. Jennings tried to check on the high fastball, but he went around, and it's 1-2.
Well, climb the ladder, get that check swing, and now see if Fields goes right back to that slider down and away. That's a good combination. High heaters followed up by sliders. Or more high heaters.
Yeah, he just went right back with the hard stuff up and strikes out Desmond Jennings.
Well, that is a well, we see it's a pitch that the Rays use a ton. The elevated fastball. The Astros, another team big believer in that pitch.
Well, Evan Longoria steps in. Evan had a base hit in the 8th. That's wide. Ball game in the 13th. The right side headed for the stands. It's 1-1. The Rays did play 13 innings against the Yankees. That was their 2nd extra inning game of the year back on the 29th of April. And they won that one on a James Loney base hit, 3-2 in 13. In the 13th tonight in Houston. 1-2. That's a nice pitch right there by Fields.
Sure is. Taking a little bit off of the breaking ball. Curveball at 81. A change of pace pitch from that 95, 96 mile an hour fastball.
And back up with the hard stuff. Too high. It's 2-2. Fastball up. So he strikes out both Jennings and Longoria with the fastball. Still tied at 2. Stars face off as elite featherweight destroyer Max Holloway takes on dangerous double threat Charles Oliveira, plus a welterweight showdown between Theo Magny and Eric Silva. Catch UFC Fight Night Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. We go to the bottom of the 13th. Hank Conger leads off. Matt Andriese on the hill for the Rays. And Conger takes a pitch upstairs. Conger 0 for 4 tonight. 4 strikeouts. Down and in. 2-0 to the Houston catcher.
Well, it's been a struggle for Conger, and most of it is because the Rays have chosen to attack him with a lot of off speed, and he has not made the adjustment yet.
Bounds it back. That was a fastball there. 2-0. 2-1. KARNS for 6. Cedeno, Colomé, Boxberger, Gomes. Now Andriese. And there's ball 3, too low. Andriese worked the 12th inning. Out here in the 13th. And a cut and a miss. Challenged him with a fastball 3-1, and the count is full.
Both fastballs that Conger has swung at, he's been way late. Just right now caught in between pitches. I think if you're the Astros, you're looking for a base runner, you're hoping for a walk, because Conger right now looks overmatched.
The 3-2, and he got it. Got him with a fastball. That one hit 94 from Andriese. So Conger, who had been worked over all night with the off-speed stuff, has just struck out for the 5th time, this time on the fastball.
Yeah, well, he swung at 3 fastballs, and he was late on all of them. He fouled one off. The last 2 just completely overpowered him. He just doesn't have a chance up there right now.
Here's Rasmus. pitch is a strike to him. We've got 18 strikeouts for Rays pitching tonight. And a check swing on that one. It's 1-1. KARNS had 8 strikeouts. Cedeno 1, Colomé 3, Boxberger 1, Gomes had 4, and now Andriese has 1. Two and 1. Rasmus entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 10th when he struck out. And there's ball 3 upstairs. 3-1.
Well, so far, Colby Rasmus not biting on the fastball up in the zone. We'll see if that changes here. And he's in a hitter's count at 3-1.
And that's ball 4. 1-out walk.
Well, Rasmus showing some discipline. 3-1. Probably looking for a heater, gets a heater. It's a borderline heater, but just off, and he takes it. Astros have a base runner.
1 on, 1 out for the top of the order, and that means Jose Altuve.
Well, they've had some success against Altuve, working him with the slider on the outside corner and off the plate. Remember, Colomé was able to punch him out. I think his last time up, a fly ball into shallow right field on that pitch.
And there's a strike. Fastball up, but Altuve thought that might have been too high.
No, that's up above the zone, and Altuve's not the tallest guy here.
I think he just tried to remind Rob Drake of that.
You're right.
Put away. A 1-1 count. Runner at first. 1 away. Over to first. Rasmus falls back to the bag. Move to first on Rasmus. And that's a strike. 1-2. Well, the zone expanding up.
I was kind of wondering what Altuve was looking for. That looked to be a fastball that was out over the heart of the plate.
1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Altuve with a 2-2 count. This is a very deep count for him. He had 5 plate appearances coming into this at bat and had seen a grand total of 10 pitches. That's as many as Forsythe saw in the single at bat in the 7th. Conger struck out. Rasmus walked. 2-2 the count on Altuve. And ball 3. Altuve would not chase. And now the count is full. Up for the 5th time this year. He's been up and down between Durham and the Rays. (3-2). Runner goes. The pitch hit on the ground through the open left side. That's going to send Rasmus to third. The runner was breaking. That opened the left side, and Altuve singles into left.
Boy, how about that? You trust Jose Altuve with the bat, and that's why A.J. Hinch not hesitating at all in sending Colby Rasmus. But with Tim Beckham headed towards second base to cover, look at that. A little chopper is able to dribble right through the open hole, and now real trouble.
Jim Hickey to the mound.
Well, here's the one thing. Matt Andriese can get a ground ball, and that's what you need right here. Ground ball double play would be great for Marwin Gonzalez end this inning, but they're going over the strategy right now, exactly how they want to attack Niner.
Gonzalez ended this game, ended the game last night in extra innings in the 10th. In this game tonight, he's popped out, struck out, hit a fly ball to left, and then a couple strikeouts following. So with Rasmus at third and Altuve at first, 1 out, Gonzalez becomes the hitter.
Well, they're not even going to mess with an attempt here at a double play, at least not a traditional. They have pulled the infield in. All the Rays defenders right up on the cut.
It'll be interesting here. Gonzalez has not done it tonight, but he hits the ball on the ground more than he does in the air. And the pitch is down. 1 ball and no strikes. Everybody up on the infield. And 1-0 count on Gonzalez. Swing and a miss, and down to second base goes Altuve. Gonzalez chasing a pitch up.
And you would expect that.
Trying to get an airborne.
That's it. That's what Gonzalez wants to do. The Rays obviously have the infield in. You hope for that ground ball, maybe a strikeout, a pop-up. Gonzalez with those hands low.
Rivera heads to the mound. Gonzalez, the key right now. Correa is on deck.
When you get the middle infielders in there, because they want to know the signs that are going to be used here. If there's going to be any change made with the runner at second now.
The 1-1. And he slaps it foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, now you go for the strikeout. This is where you try to put him away.
Major threat, 13th for Houston. Rasmus walked. He's now at third. Went to third on the Altuve base hit. Altuve moving up on indifference. One, two to Gonzalez. Strike 3 call. He got it. And Gonzalez not happy, but is called out on strikes on the fastball inside part of the plate.
Well, there you go. That's a good pitch by Andres. He keeps it close to him. Originally, they want this ball up, but he kind of pulls it down a little bit. And Gonzalez, I think he was looking for something away to just try to slap and put into play. More frustrated than anything else because that was a good pitch.
So 2 gone. And Carlos Correa, the 20-year-old shortstop, is the hitter. Shoots it foul. Strike 1. Andres worked the 12th. Out here again in the 13th. Upstairs, 1-1. Only 3 pitches in the inning after a fairly quick 12th. Very careful with each pitch. High with a fastball, and no chase from Correa. Two balls and a strike. And a base hit in the left. That's good on it. Rasmus scores. And in 13, Houston takes this game 3-2. Carlos Correa with a base hit the other way, scoring Rasmus. And this game goes into the books as a Houston win. And the Rays in extra innings now dropped to 2-10. Overall, 2 games under 500 now. Well, Correa opened the scoring with a home run in the first. He closes it out with an RBI single in the 13th inning.
Staying right here.
And Houston wins 3-2. Tough loss here for the Rays. Last night tough, and this one tough as well.
Yeah, you battle for a long time. That was just an off-speed pitch that was left up and out over the plate. Correa stays inside it. He hit it hard. There was no chance for anybody to make a play with the defensive setup the Rays had. And you're not expecting him to go that way, but you're not expecting the pitch to be in the location it was, and that's what ends the game.
So Fields will get the win for Houston. Andres suffers the loss. 4 hours and 4 minutes the time of this game. It goes 13 innings, and Houston now up 2-1 in the series, and the Rays on this road trip dropped to 1-5 with the wrap-up game of the series coming up tomorrow with Chris Archer on the hill. 3-2 the final. Houston wins it in 13. Chris Archer and Colin McHugh will go